And we are live. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Canadian Guy here, and we are back with some more single-player adventure mode of Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled. So, also, additionally, this is kind of, I don't want to say the fallout, but kind of like the post-Thomas Wilson interview. Of course, he's not here, but I felt like after the interview and the heaviness of it and the importance of it, I think overall for CTR, I felt that it would have, I know that there's been a lot of CTR recently, and I know that there's some people who prefer more of the Spyro stuff or some of the other stuff, and I totally get it, but I felt like after that interview, it was still 100% appropriate to finally turn around and be like, you know what, let's do some more CTR, but also to give space to be able to talk about what happened in the Thomas Wilson interview. The good, the negative, the sad, the happy, all of that. And I felt that, I thought that it would have been better to stream more of CTR, but also continuing through adventure mode, just kind of knocking off some of the things, unlocking tokens and stuff, and kind of keeping it more relaxed overall. In comparison. So how's it going, everybody? Thank you so much to all the moderators who are helping out. Thank you so much, Caroline, Newt. Thank you so much, Jay. Am I missing anybody else? So far, those are the moderators there, and to everybody else who's here as well. Now, I don't know if it's been enabled, but apparently there may have been. We just got a Streamlabs donation right away. 1 second. First donation of the night comes from... One of these days, we will get a fix to the Streamlabs situation because it is still squirrely. Donate, Toyo's World, donate $10 Super Chat. Australian, coffee. Hope you and the fam are doing well. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hi, I finally got to the beginning of a stream. Speaking of CTR, I was able to play it again after 4 years, and OMG, I was so bad, it was horrifying. Yeah, I know that feeling. That feeling of like, yeah, I used to be good at this game, and then you're not anymore. You're like, oh, no, I'm just sad. But when it comes to CTR, you get back into it, you get back into the flow of things, and you're like, I remember this game. I remember ripping through this. Thank you so much. So, I do want to ask, did you guys... So my question to you guys is, what did you guys think of the interview? With, for those who weren't there, who caught it afterwards, hello from Mr. November. Hey, how's it going, man? My question to all of you is, what did you guys think of the interview overall? Did I do all these already? I guess I did. Whoops. I'll have to... I'm going to do the purple gems last because they drive me nuts, so... Very well done. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Bros. Yeah, I know, right? I really enjoyed it. Good. I'm really happy to hear that. I definitely know that it was a... want to know why they wanted to add Blue Fire. Blue Fire kind of so correct me if I'm wrong. Blue Fire kind of existed already in CTR Nitro Fueled. All it was, though, was that it just looked like a more amplified. It looked like just a more amplified. Did I get all these over here too? Oh, geez, I guess I did. Sad that there was no talks with CTR2. Yeah, and so yeah, it already existed, but it didn't visually look like anything different from like the top fire. The speed was different, but I don't think it visually looked different. I've already been over here. So I think they differentiate it by turning it into like a Blue Fire instead and making it look more like more of a standout so that people knew. Gaming Pass donated $1. I am so happy. I got my PS2, GameCube, and Wii hooked up, and for the first time I played, it was Pac-Man World 2, and it was the most peaceful, joyful time I've had in a long time. Playing on an actual console feels the void that emulation just wasn't filling. I can understand that. I can understand that. I wish that I could get more natural hardware going for streaming, but for streaming purposes, emulation is just so much easier.
This is the load save screen.
I mean, I don't think we need that. But that's classic. I mean, add Blue Fire when making the remake. Well, like I said, to make it stand out, because before you couldn't really tell. You couldn't really tell what it looked like, right? So they probably thought, just, you know, using game dev brain, is that they probably said, well, let's make it a little bit different so that it's easier for people to see. That makes it easier. And was home. Had home internet issues for the last 2 weeks. Yeah, that's not fun. You couldn't go. I think you could have. I think you did music. So, and when he talked about why he left the umbrella, then explained why he did his project, I paused the video and just sat there stunned. I'll be honest with you. That's how I felt in mid-interview. I just sat there. I was just like. And here's the thing, too, is that, like, what can you even say? Right? What can you even say? Especially, you know, it was just so blatant in how it was said. It was just like, what can you say? Right? What can you say? What can you do? How do you... I should probably find scout out where the letters are before I do Blue Fire. So let's take a look see around here. I always forget where these are. And yeah, it was something that I didn't expect. Where is TR? But also, too, you know, it makes me want to give even more kudos and credit to the Beanox team, because they were like, okay, we're probably not going to get a 2 or whatnot, so they're going to inject as much content into it as possible to kind of make up for that, right? And I think that is not only admirable, but also impressive. I just passed it. I did not see it. It's yellow everywhere. I'm having a hard time seeing it. If I'm going to be completely honest, I'm having a hard time finding the letters. The T is in the cloud to the right of the final boost jump. Okay. So then where's the R? Okay. So I just clocked the R. I clocked where the R is. So it's in the cloud on the left. Hold on. The T is hiding in the cloud on the right of the final boost jump. Okay. So not this one. Why do I keep thinking right? It's not on the right. I keep going to the left for some reason. Okay, hold on. For some reason, Bird Brain is forgetting. Alright, now let's see if we can make up for this buffoonery by my own design. Okay, so we got the R. To the right. I don't know why my brain was like, left. Alright, now I know where everything is. Okay. Alright, now we know. Alright, we can do this. But no, you could tell, you know. I missed see. We'll get that on lap 2. Why didn't I jump? I hate when that happens. There we go. That's racing real good today. That's okay. Lots of time to catch up. But yeah, the interview with Thomas, that was, for me, that was, I thought that I felt like that interview with Thomas was somewhat of a final, like, epilogue, a final chapter in, like, the CTR Nitro Fuel, like, development. And I felt not only, like, happy with the interview, but also privileged to be able to have gotten that interview, because, you know, I had to, you know, shout out to Thomas Wilson for doing it. It took a while for me to track him down, because I tried to track him down years ago. I couldn't find any way to get a hold of him, because he had left Beanox. I could not find a way to get a hold of him, and I was really upset because I wanted to do an interview. And then years later, when we saw that they hit 10 million subscribers, or 10 million sales, I was like, you know what? I'm going to go down the rabbit hole again. And I did. I went down the rabbit hole. I found out that he had established a company called Runic Games, full of devs from Beanox and himself. And I was like, you know what? There we go. I reached out to him, and he got back to me same day. Like, that was like, I was expecting, like, all right, I'll hear back from him earliest tomorrow, maybe in a couple of days, you know, or maybe I won't, right? And he got back to me same day. He got back to me same day, and he was like, yeah, absolutely, let's do it. And I was just like, oh my goodness, like this. And reached out to him, and he was super cordial, super nice. The interview almost had to be, well, last lap, and the reply from Xbox on Twitter really happened for nothing, or is there still hope for some sort of deluxe version of on this Gamescom in your opinion? So it's look, I'll say this, nothing's impossible. And what I'm hoping is that this interview and or the general chatter around CTR creates a one last potential push, a one last, and it's like pushing through, right? And hoping that maybe something comes out of it. Will something come out of it? I have no idea. I have no idea if anything will come out of it. But it's like, we gotta try, right? We gotta, I want to try at least. And I wanted to do something. I saw the amount of people that have been talking about a PC port, and also my own personal desire. I would love a PC port as well, but you know, the recent integration, the recent 10 million things really refired and refreshed that desire, that burn of, hey, I would love some more CTR content. And that's when the day that they announced 10 million is either the day of or the day after I reached out to Thomas Wilson immediately. It was like, I was like, I gotta find him. And I tracked him down. No. I found him. And I was just like, you know, I was hoping he would do the interview. I'll tell you the first thing that threw me off guard, though. The one that came out of left field for me was when he just straight up was just like, oh yeah, by the way, this is why I left. Like, Call of Duty is kind of the, like, I didn't want to work on Call of Duty anymore. And I was just like, wow, just being just that blunt about it. Just that sheer bluntness of, yeah, this is why I left. It wasn't like, oh, you know, I wanted to go do other things. And he did say that too. Like, he did say that, but same token of time, it was just shocking how just upright and blunt that he was about it. It wasn't even like, you know, he wasn't even like, oh, you know, I love colorful games. I just felt that we weren't doing it at Beanox anymore, and so I left. Oh, he's like straight up, he's just like, yeah, there was nothing left but Call of Duty, and I didn't want to do that anymore. And it was just kind of like, oh, okay. And he didn't give a timeline as to when he had gotten his diagnosis. He didn't give a timeline for it, but the way that it sounded, it was along the lines of, like, in between, like, what I got from it, the way that I put it together, was that it was kind of around the time that he left Beanox was when he was diagnosed, right? You know, but I'm not sure. I can't confirm that. I don't know the exact timing of it. Because what you heard in the interview is what he said to me, right? He just said in between all of this. So, you know, but could you imagine just, you know, having that moment of finding out, you know, oh, I have cancer, and then you have to figure out what do I want to do? And it's, do I want to keep making games that don't make me happy? And if the answer is no, then it's like, then what am I doing, right? And that, to me, just says a lot to Thomas's character, because, I mean, let's face it, you know, I don't think Beanox has had many, if at all, major job layoffs relatively recently. I don't think. Beanox specifically. I don't think they've had anything that bad as of recent, and he was a creative director, right? So he held tenure there. He had a big placement in that company. It wasn't some small spot in the company. He had a big place in that company, and he left it to start his own thing. And it's brave, it's admirable, it's, you know, even inspiring. Because if I remember correctly, Thomas is a dad too, right? So being able to kind of, you know, read in between the lines there, he's starting a trend. In my opinion, he started a whole transmedia thing so that when he's gone, there's something there for his family to be able to reap the rewards on, right? So this Heroes of Mount Dragon idea is to try and really leave something behind for his family, so that even when he's gone, the royalties and stuff for this IP would continue to go to his family for years to come, right? And that would be the hope, right? And he's doing so much. I mean, I'm familiar with the Spiral 4 rumors, but how much of that is just rumors and how much is truth? I can sit here and I can say till I'm blue in the face, and there, as far as I'm aware, Spiral 4 is in, hold on, is that just a coin? Yeah, it's just a coin. Spiral 4 is still in development. Big time. Still, it is still in development. Everything I've heard about it thus far is still good. Everything is going fine. There's a lot. It's hard to. I am putting my reputation on the line by saying it, and the thing is that this is bloody hands. All right, I'm looking at Phoenix Fire. I'm seeing an Iron Maiden stick. What is that? Oh, no. So I found the R immediately. It's a bottle of barbecue sauce. Iron Maiden barbecue sauce. That's a new one. See. But yeah, it's a matter of... Gotta keep an eye out for the tea. I wouldn't be shocked if the tea is back there on the shortcut, but you took the long way around. See, there's the tea! I missed it. Well, okay. Well, we know where everything is, so hang on, we might be able to get this done in one race, maybe. I missed the R again. Top of the morning, how's it going? I'm gonna hold to the right when I get over there. To the right. I overshot it. Okay, well, one more chance. I'm gonna actually kill my blue fire here. Okay, we got the R. Oof. I'm actually going to take the long way around because I can get more of a straight hit on this. Are you kidding me right now? Do I have to not jump it? Alright, so would love to see you do a reaction. So you want me to do a reaction to a reaction? I don't typically do too much reaction videos. I do some, but more for like trailers and stuff, or if you know, something crazy comes out and when it happens live, right? I don't, and there's a couple reasons why I don't do live reaction videos. Because here's the thing, here's the funny thing. I watch live reaction videos quite a bit. Like, I'll watch live reaction videos of when trailers come out and when people see things or something is revealed. I'll see that and I'll watch it like openly and enjoy it. But unfortunately, I don't think a lot of people would agree with your assessment on wanting to necessarily see it. Like, some people will be like, yeah, okay, I'll see that, and the dedicated fan base will want to watch it. But but the general vibe would be not sure, right? But overall, there we go. But also too, another thing, something that's kind of stopped me from doing reaction videos of other people's stuff is also because YouTube's about to crack down their adhering to their policies about reaction videos. Like, they are about to crack down real hard on them. So channels that are dedicated to just like simply reacting to things. There we go. Now we got the tea. They're about to crack down and like demonetize channels and videos and stuff of people doing just like basic reposts and stuff and adding nothing to it. I have no... What on earth was that? Sorry, just waiting for an interview to come in, and was waiting not an interview, sorry, waiting for an email to come in, and thought I heard my email alert go off. I thought it was it, but it wasn't the alert that I thought it was. But yeah. Stuart Wood has an interesting question that I will answer in 1 second. Here we go. What game would you say has been the biggest boost to your channel? Love your CTR coverage. Thank you so much, Stuart. I've mentioned this before. So the seed that started the channel was Spyro. So if there was no Spyro, then there wouldn't have been a channel, period. It wouldn't have happened. So you could say Spyro, but in terms of sheer growth, and specifically, and I said this in the previous stream where I pointed it out, was what made my channel relevant within the CTR space. Because if you go back, the views might be a bit skewed now, but back then when I started to do CTR content, it was not quite landing as well as the Spyro content, and that was to be expected. That wasn't like why isn't everybody want to hop on board? No, because it's a completely different game. It's a different game, and even though there are a lot of cross sections of fans, but also it was a kart racer, so different genre, and so overall it could have been seen as kind of like, I can understand why, but the views weren't terrible. The views weren't terrible, and the engagement wasn't terrible, but it definitely was below par of what my typical stuff was back then. When I would post a fresh off the press news about Spyro, it would get about 20K views in about 2 days, maybe a day and a half. But these videos were getting 10K views in 2 days, and so it was halved, right? And of course, the algorithm is way different now back then, but I find now it's the opposite. I find that views get a big surge, slow down, and then like 3 days later hit different surges. There are videos that I made years ago that there are videos that I made years ago that are suddenly like resurging now, right? So, and that always helps. But to answer your question in this long-winded answer, what made my channel expand from that 10 to 12K subscribers to about 40,000 over time, and what put me on the map was my coverage of CTR in terms of the gameplay that I got when I went to Boston. So when I went to Boston for Crash Team Race, for PAX East, I promise you English is I know English. For PAX East, it was huge. That was huge. And I knew it was going to be huge. And I also knew that CTR, it wasn't something that I knew, especially because at that time, when did Cuphead come out? I know it's going to be kind of a funny on Cuphead original release. Right. So Cuphead was initially released in September 29th, 2017. And Cuphead was really a really big start to the concept of game journalists don't know how to play games. Right? Like that was and you have to think that was only a year and when CTR came out, that was only a year and a half later from when that movement, but that meme really started to take off was when Cuphead came out, because the guy couldn't even get through the tutorial stage. And then a lot of people started turning around, and it became a lot more open to turn and say, hey, why are these gaming journals not being able to play? And then more and more started to happen where more games were coming out, and people were making fun of the gaming journalists for not knowing how to play it. I wanted to make sure that I avoided that at all costs. So what I did was, before I went to Boston, was streaming CTR, and I was playing CTR on my free time as much as possible, learning it and trying to get a good feeling of it, right? A good feel for the game. And then when I posted my gameplay, people were like, finally, like, you know, now it's funny because you look back and you look at the gameplay and you're like, oh my gosh, you know, this person probably couldn't even get, you know, some basic races done, and it's true. But so hold on a second. So, you know, like if I were to go back and take a quick look here, we'll go with here real quick. Load your interview. Is there any chance for more interviews with Crash and Spyro devs? I would love to see one with Lex Lang. That's not out of the picture. That's not out of the picture. I would love to be able to do that. So here, so take a quick look. See here. This video got 224,000 views, right? And this was the first upload that I did. And there's a reason why the Lonely Goomba. This was, thank you for being the first person on the entire internet who knows how to play the game. And then finally, a professional behind the controller. It was been a cringy morning watching certain media outlets play this game, claiming it's the Dark Souls of the genre, right? And here's the funny thing: you guys are gonna take a look at some of this gameplay, and you're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, this this gameplay is pretty mid at best, right?" Right? There we go. That's the first power slide. There we go. Knowing how to, like, you see this gameplay now and you're like, oh, this gameplay kind of stinks. But back then, I was literally one of the only people that knew how to do the power slide system, right? And I knew it. And I walked in with that in my brain and knowing, I'm like, I gotta make sure I do the power slide system. I gotta make sure I do that. And when I did that and I released all my footage, it really catapulted my channel into more people who like CTR actually looking at it. And then, of course, after that, we're not doing the plats right now. We're just doing the regular gold relics. We're just getting the regular relics right now. We'll do the plats later. Because otherwise we're going to be sitting there just racing through constantly over and over and over and over and over again. And it's just, let's just collect the tokens and the regular relics and go from there. But yeah, that was a huge boon to my channel. And, it brought many eyes of people that didn't know who I was before. And then of course, that boosted the people that also were not just CTR fans, but also Spyro fans, right? Because, I was only at about, I'm trying to think, I think by the time Reignited wrapped up, I think I may have been a bit more than 10 or 12K. I might have been closer to like 20K maybe 20K, but that took from 2017 to 2019. Then from or 20 to the, and then from 2019 to the end of 2019, I basically doubled, right? So and then of course the Grand Prix were a huge boon as well. I haven't collected one letter yet. I know, I barely missed all of them. 11 out of 10. But okay, we got this. What was that? see the R. How do I get that? The R. I see it. Am I supposed to jump that high? It looks like it's kind of like above, but maybe it's not. I thought it was like above another track, like, you know, but it looks like that, but maybe my eyes are wrong. That R is really hard to catch. Okay. Is it supposed to be from this way that you're supposed to grab it? No, I don't think it's there. Yeah, no, it can't be there. So, okay, so then it's... I actually got it too. Shoot. Now I gotta try and get up in the first, and they're right there. I don't think I'm gonna get it, but we'll see. Especially if I'm missing boxes like that. No! No, I'm not gonna get it. Oh! 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 We take those. We take those, chat. We take those. And we run with it. That's hilarious. That was my reaction. All right, let's swap up our character here. Let's go with the iron checkpoint crate. What an absolute hysterical story about the crate. The box. The box. Wait, we gotta do the relic. The story of the crate. It was, the story of the crate with what Thomas said. They were just like, we have to add the crate, and he's like, you're joking, right? Meme dream. But also, can we also give a shout out to Thomas Wilson here for listening? So there's always been, you know, unfortunately what's it called? A stigma, I guess, in the gaming industry where QR testers or QA testers and players are not considered like, you know, like, oh, you're not real game devs. And can we give a shout out to Thomas Wilson for literally like sitting there and being like, yeah, it was the QR guys that came up with this idea, right? Or, hey, these guys were really involved in this, and we, you know, we came up with we gave the test, we gave these things to the QA guys so that we can see, you know, if this would work, and, you know, what was the most fun, and instead of just saying, you know, oh yeah, you know, just play test it, right? It looked and felt like the QA team was involved, was very much involved with the game. And I thought that that was really nice because you always hear stories of QA devs saying, hey, you know, there's something wrong with this and they're not listened to, or they make a suggestion they're not listened to because they're QA. And meanwhile, the Thomas Wilson interview, it came off like the QA was involved, like right in the mud with them, coming up with ideas, right? Like the crate idea was, he said, you know, it was like the QA team that came up with that idea, was doing the crate and playing around with the data mining and stuff. It was something that I thought was really admirable of Thomas Wilson, where, you know, you would think that that would happen more regularly, but it doesn't. And to me, I got a feeling that's part of the reason why this game just worked so well, is because there was such a collaborative effort where everyone was just having so much fun with it, and you could tell. I'm not going to be able to get them all, so I shouldn't do that. You just might as well, because you got those two up there. Hi Ian, how's it going? Usually you just get stuck in front of the build and promise pizza or something, at least the stories from the... Yeah, definitely. What do I think about the Carters 2? I haven't played it in a little bit. So, you know, I would like to get back to take a look at it again, because it's been a while since I've played it. I liked it, but I felt like there was a feeling of the game not feeling heavy enough. It felt like the carts were going to take flight and take off when I played it. Now, but I enjoyed it, though, because it genuinely felt like the only game was close to it, right? It was as close to CTR since CTR. Was there ever consideration to push CTR into esports by Beanox? I didn't hear anything about that, and I got a feeling that the answer to that was probably, unfortunately, like, no, in the way of, and when I mean no, I don't mean no like they weren't interested in that, but that when you are a dev and you're developing things and you're told that you only have a limited amount of time to develop something, and the person and the person, place, or thing that is funding your game and the production of it is telling you, hey, this is when your support stops, you're not going to be focusing on putting the game towards esports and competitive. You're going to be focusing on trying to keep the game alive and trying to convince the higher ups to keep pushing money for the game. And so there's a sense of priority, right? So when you're given a limited amount of time, which they weren't even given they weren't even given a year, because they finished in March, right? We expected them to at least go a year, like all the way to June, and then, you know, maybe that would have been it. But they didn't even do that. They went to March, and that was it. And in my mind, if I'm developing a game and I'm told, hey, you're going to be done in March, your focus isn't, can we get this to esports? Your focus is going to be, can we convince them to keep development open and going? Right? So, yeah. When visiting Beanox, were you able to pick up any exclusive merch? Years ago, I managed to buy a CTR trophy directly from one of the devs. It's marked 100 out of 100. I did not. I did get a hat, though. I did get a Beanox hat from... I also have my... I'll show you something that I had. Hold on a second. I got this. Now, remember, some people are going to say, what? But Beanox is in Quebec, right? So... they speak French, and I have... I'll put this real quick to full screen just for a moment, and then we'll get back to it. But I still have my press badge from when I went to Beanox and did... and of course it's French for press, right? Presse. And I still have my press badge from when I went to Beanox. I also have my... press badge from when I went to Toys for Bob as well, right? So I still have this. I also have the old sweatband. I still have I have a whole bunch of keepsakes and stuff. Whenever I go on these trips, I try to keep as much stuff. I still have some of my old ticket stubs from like going on the flight. Like I still have some of like the old hotel reservation papers when I went to Toys for Bob. You know, that stuff to me, I like to handle it, look back, and look at it, right? You know, and that kind of stuff is really, that kind of stuff to me is really, it helps me remember the details. Like I can remember events and I can remember specific details, but then I'll sit down and I'll look at the hotel reservation paper and I'll remember, and then I can always remember, I remember when walking into the hotel and me being the last person to show up because I was one of the furthest people to come and one of the latest people to get in, and there were no seats left, and because there were no seats left, there was only one spot available, and it was right beside Paul Yan, and that's where I got to sit down right beside Paul Yan and have a conversation with him. And it was it was really awesome to do that, right? And being able to sit down, have a conversation, and be right beside the co-studio head and creative director of the game for Spyro, there was no, to my opinion, there was no better spot. And if you would have asked me, do you want to sit beside Paul Yan? I would have said, no. I would have been like sweating so much. Is Crash franchise dead? I mean, for new games in the future. I would say no, but I do think that don't hold your breath for any more new content relatively soon within the next year. I'll say that, in my opinion. Unless something else gets approved. So here's the thing, is that I have contacts throughout, you know, at different places in the industry, from, you know, former employees to other insiders to, and typically I create my opinion based on a kaleidoscope of opinions and thoughts and, you know, things, right? I try to keep my opinions about certain things within a realm of reason. I try. And so far, based on the information that I have, my opinion right now is that there's nothing currently in development that I'm aware of. Now, I'm going to put this with an asterisk, though, is that if Microsoft had not bought Activision, I'd probably be able to say with about 98% certainty that there wasn't anything in development at the moment. Probably, most likely. However, with Microsoft now owning the rights to Crash, it's possible that there is blind spots now in my own sources, right? That the sources that I've relied on in the past may have blind spots now. And that is possible, right? Because, again, it depends on who's handling it, who's juggling it, who's actually got a grasp on it, because we don't know. I don't know. This is new ground. We still haven't seen anything new Crash and Spyro related since Microsoft has gotten a hand on Crash and Spyro. Now, what's going to be interesting is we need to be able to study what's going on with Spyro when Spyro 4 gets announced and trying to figure out, okay, how is this being handled, and study it for future reference. And being able to say, like, okay, what is Xbox doing? And I would be making open videos talking about that, but also there would be some secret pieces of information that I wouldn't be sharing, and I would be keeping it 100% to myself in terms of looking at what we should be looking at for certain things. And right now, we're a little bit in the dark. We're a little bit in the dark right now. I can't remember. Someone made a really interesting suggestion. It was not... It was about a month ago, or maybe even less. Someone made a suggestion, and I wrote it down, and it stuck with me. Is that the potential reason why that we are not hearing literally anything about Spyro is because Activision doesn't want Spyro to cannibalize the hype for Tony Hawk, because Tony Hawk just came out, right? So that's entirely possible, and there is evidence to back that up. There is evidence to suggest, both internally and externally, that Activision doesn't like when things cannibalize each other, only when they need to. So now that Tony Hawk came out, what, 2 days ago? 3 days ago? 2-3 days ago-ish. I do think that because Tony Hawk... I bought Kena Bridge of Spirits because of your Spyro 4 video. And what do you think of it? What do you think of Kena Bridge of Spirits? I'm curious. I will say it's a little hard at times. I found it to be a little difficult at times, but I still found it like a really fun experience. It's cool. I love Spiral Fall's aesthetic. Yeah, it was. I think, you know, when I'm still wowed by Kena Bridge of Spirits' oh jeez, wow, what an epic flop there. It's okay. Hi! I always turn just a little early. go. There we go. Yeah, the seal's definitely gonna be annoying. Oh no, how does you? I haven't played Tony Hawk 3+4 yet. I actually got sent the code for it, and I haven't claimed it yet. I still have it. I just haven't opened it yet. But after this, play a little bit of the Purple Boy. Yeah, I think we could do some Purple Boy gameplay. Oh man, I was holding blue fire there for a little bit there, eh? I was just sitting there the whole time thinking to myself, I haven't done this in a while on this map. Ah, well. Blue fire is strong with you. It's like the old... I like playing with stick. That's me, though. I can understand why some people like it, but... Noise. I like playing on stick. That's just me, though. You said "eh," and my brain reacted the same way he does in movies. Like, you said the thing! Canadian guy A said the A word. That I did. That I did. By the by, question. Apparently, I was told that leaderboards were enabled on my channel, and let me take a look and see if that's true or not. No, it's not. It was a lie. It was a fib. I need to have a conversation with YouTube, but apparently we're going to be getting a new like way to be able to engage, and apparently we're going to have like literally like leaderboards for like top fans who are donating, talking, and doing a whole bunch of stuff for the YouTube chat. So I was told that it was going to be a thing, but I'm looking at my side and it's not. So unless it's on someone else's, you can let me know. But we're going to be apparently having leaderboard stuff for the stream. So that's going to be interesting. Okay, we're going to switch over to Spyro, but before we do that, I need to quickly run to the bathroom and I will check my wife. I will be right back. It will be quick, I promise. Hey, Falcon, give us your best Ripperoo laugh. Oh, jeez. Oh, gosh. Okay. Thank you for the $20. Now you put me on the spot. It's the... So it's the... So you have like the... like that, right? And then you could do the... What would be another way to do it? So there's that. Let me hold on. Let me listen to his voice. So it's kind of, you know. Oh. It's gonna get clipped. It's gonna be terrible. So you kind of, so you know, it's so it's kind of like the not as raspy as the one that I did. So the something like that. I don't know. Something like that. I don't know. Well, so thanks again for your help. Also love the full interview. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Matt. I appreciate that. And no problem. Actually, now I'm playing Ripperoo. I forgot to switch. Here, we'll quit because this is the first race, and we'll switch over to Spyro. Spot on. I wouldn't say spot on, but, you know, it's in the realm, you know. We'll say it's on the green. We'll go with that. I don't know if spot on would be the best descriptor of it, but it would be kind of, you know, it's there.
Yes.
There's certain voices that I wish I could do that I just can't. But then I also rediscover like random voices that I can do. So one of the voices that I pulled out the other day that I blanked on, I just did it, and then I was like, oh right, I could do that random. I could just do some random impressions. Was, if you guys remember, here we go, very specific reference, Emperor's New Groove, when the fly lands in the web and he's about to get eaten, the help me, that voice. And help me, the, help me.
Hold your horns. Here comes Spyro.
I didn't do Brio. I did Engine. Yes.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I just remembered because I was just playing. Ah, no! I was just playing with my kids, right? We were just hanging out, wrestling around, and I went to call to my wife to come get them off me, right? And I did a help me, and then I started laughing because I was like, oh yeah, I can do that voice. That's right. Elena! Just donated $50 to Super Chat in the middle of a race. Thank you. Oh my gosh, let me finish this race and I will read your message. Hi, Nicholas. How's it going? Yo, how's it going, Nicholas? I got the rocket. No! No! It doesn't work that way. Why did the rockets betray me? Thank you so much, Elena, for the $50 super chat. You are incredible. Thank you. Give me a second here. No! And I don't have a projectile.
Whoa! Supercharged!
I think I'll be fine. I'll get second place, but in this cup we should be fine. That's fine.
Man, I got torched.
We'll be okay. Thank you so much. $5 for Grandma. 2. Message for Thomas. Kick cancer's butt while rooting for your 3. As soon as the guidebook gets back here, I'll send you your package back at warning. Snuggle bug of emotional support plus you include yellow dress. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. Have I played the new Astrobot levels yet? I have not. I have not, Nicholas. I would like to, though. I keep forgetting. I always forget. Where it was just like, hey, maybe I should, do that. And I haven't been able to. I've been wanting to, though. I'd like to. It would be nice to go back and do it again. Hold on. Make sure I have the right. Sorry, hold on. There we go. Astro on stream again. You know what? That might be the plan. Doing some Astro on stream.
Here comes Spyro.
Rocket.
Whoa! Supercharged!
I love how you said that, Matt, and Spyro immediately just said that. I remembered the new levels released today. I didn't even realize that they released today. I'll have to sit down and do them all in one splurge. I remember there were a bunch of people that were on the topic of Spyro in Nitro Field here. I remember everybody telling me how silly I was for not knowing what I'm gonna toss my cookies means. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, I have never heard that term before in my life. And people were like, yeah, obviously it means he's going to throw up. I'm like, I remember people were just yelling at me for that. Like, it was just a particular thing that people were like, he doesn't even know what that means. I'm like, no! I have never heard anyone ever in my life say, I'm going to toss my cookies. Yeah, that's what that means. That's what I was told. And a bunch of people were just making fun of me online for it. As if, like, how dare I not know what that means? I'm like, I have no idea what that means. Acting like it's some casual, normal thing that everybody has heard of before. I've heard I'm going to lose my lunch. I've heard I'm going to blow chunks. I've heard of, I've heard all these things. Heck, one that I said the other day is, one that I said the other day was when I saw something gross, and I think my wife gagged or something. I said, second breakfast. because, it's a... I've said that, right? I've joked, but I've never heard of I'm going to toss my cookies. I was like, what? Second breakfast. I thought that was clever. I thought that was funny. I got slapped on the arm for it. I thought it was genuine humor. Trophy mine. Botch that. Speaking of, I wanted to make another quick announcement. Tomorrow, we are going to be streaming DK Donkey Kong Bonanza. We're going to be playing some DK. We're going to be live streaming it. Just for kicks and giggles now. Thank you, single player CTR.
Maybe you could beat me if you stop dragging your
DK.
feet.
Donkey Kong. Can't wait. Ran, you idiots! I think my favorite line from Ren and Stimpy is still, "I coveteth my ice cream bar." It's out tomorrow, right? Am I crazy? I'm not crazy about that, right? On DK Bonanza. I thought it was out tomorrow, right? Never mind, it's next week. I'm dumb. Don't mind me. Negate what I just said. I thought it was tomorrow, but it's next week. Don't mind me. I'm just stupid. We time traveled, okay? So we're not doing Donkey Kong tomorrow. At least not Bonanza. I could do Astro Bot instead. Yeah, I thought it was the 11th for some reason. Don't mind me, I'm just stupid. I don't know why I thought it was tomorrow. Oh gosh, yeah, getting my hopes up. Yeah, there we go again. Because I thought DK was coming out tomorrow. Our spot. Oh boy. Listen, our Spyro doesn't like me. They don't like me. And you know what? That's fine. If they want to be on their own island, that's okay. If they don't want me involved in their island, that's alright. I'll be on my island, doing my thing. They are welcome to join this island as long as they're happy, but it's been made known to me very clearly I'm not welcome there. So, hey, it's whatever. Both publicly and privately. And you know what? That's fine. I only post in there when, like, for example, I typically try to avoid Reddit overall, genuinely. I try to avoid Reddit. Sometimes it's unavoidable. Sometimes something comes up and you gotta go and take a look. And so it's like, okay. You know, you go and you take a look and you do your, and you know. But when I get something like the interview, I will post it in the Reddit because I think overall it's like, this is information that everybody should hear. Even if you dislike me, it's like, this should be information that everybody gets. Right? So.
Maybe you could beat me if you stop dragging your feet.
Blue firing. Yeah, it does feel pretty good. Sorry to hear that. It's what it is. It's what it is. It sucks, but it is what it is. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm told that all I do is clickbait and that all I do is grief and all these other things, and always the top rated comments whenever my stuff is involved in whatever, it's always oh, Canadian guy clicks off, nope, don't want to read this. Oh, what's the TLDR so I don't have to watch Canadian guy? And it's just I appreciate that, Nicholas. Thank you. I try. And I'm not going to sit here and start throwing stones at Reddit. I'm not going to sit here and say that they're this and they're this, and I'm not going to say that. No, because but what I am going to say is that it's, like I said, it's been told to me and known to me that I'm not welcome there. And okay, I'm not. So I don't post there. I don't go there. I'll only post there as I said, in the Fan Made Spark community. Me and Crystal Fissure are cool, man. We're cool. Me and Fissure, we're cool. He's a great guy. Got nothing but love for him. We've collabed a couple of times in the past. We talk to each other once in a while, privately. Got nothing but good things to say about Crystal Fissure. Nothing but good things. And my friends with Cat, no, I wouldn't say I'm friends with him. I've met him in person, and but I don't think he would recognize me at all. Like if I was walking down the street and he passed me, I don't think he would recognize me. And that's okay. That's okay. He's very high on the Mount Rushmore of content creators in the Crash and Spiral communities, and you know what? He deserves it. Good for him. He's done really entertaining content, and I aspire to maybe one day be able to have a production value as good as he is, and be able to have the space and time that he has, but also he also had to deal with something terrible with his partner there, and I'm happy to hear that she's doing so much better. Thrilled to hear that, and I wish nothing but good and positive things for the guy. Even if he doesn't know me or doesn't remember me, that's okay. I wish nothing but good things. I wish nothing but good things for him, genuinely. And I hope that his if I don't know, girlfriend, wife, partner, whatever it is, I hope that she's doing okay and that she's still recovering. I've noticed that VT and Vivi hasn't been as active like relatively recently, but I've been noticing that his stuff, that when he does like come back and he's posting a little, I saw he posted something the other day, and I'm starting to notice like his stuff is starting to get back to like it's nice to see him come back, because there was like a reprieve for a little bit there. The only thing that I'll say against Vivi, I'll say one thing against Vivi, and it's more of a half joking matter. I guess he saw me, or alluded that he saw me at the CTR event, and he didn't come up and approach me to say hi. Now, of course, I've never seen Vivi's face. He doesn't show his face. I show my face, right? So it was after the event, I got a message from him that was just like, hey, I was like, did you like the hot dogs or something? Or did you like the potato salad? Or it was something to do with the food or the hamburgers. He was, did you like the hamburgers at the CTR press event? And I stopped and I was just like, you were there? He was like, yeah. And it took all of me to be like, why did you come say hi? like that was, so if there was one thing to say against Vivi, it would be that. I'd be like, I would have wanted to say hi. And that's it. Because he's Canadian as well. He's super cool. And all the chats that we've ever had has been cordial and nice. And so when he was like, yeah, I was there, I was like, why did you come say hi? So if, there. That's, you want me to have beef with a content creator? There's the beef. I want him to say hi to me. That's it. Some real deep-seated hate there, right? Some real deep-seated beef. The most Canadian beef ever. I'm upset you didn't say hi. And I wish. Do I know NG Plus? I do not. Am I cool with Caddy? Caddy doesn't know me, and I don't know him. No, I've met him, and I know his content. I mentioned before that I was a Crash content creator, and he was like, "Oh, I probably saw your stuff, come up on browse or whatever." And yeah, that was about it. And I took a photo with him. He was nice. He was cordial. He's still nice and cordial. Everything that I've seen from him, I got no issues with Caddy. Just, I don't think he knows me. That's it, right? I know Ant Dude. I've spoken to Ant Dude in person and privately a few times. Nice guy. Got nothing bad to say about Ant Dude. I do know Golden Bolt. He makes very good. Wumpa Lewis. I've done a collab with Wumpa Lewis. Wumpa Lewis is cool. Wumpa Lewis is dope. He's cool. Golden Bolt's very talented at what he does, and there was something that was alluded. Now, I'm not saying that this is true. That there was somebody that came up at one point and alluded that Golden Bolt wasn't a fan of mine of some sort, or there was, I don't know who it was or what it was, but there was something, I don't know. And so I can't even confirm if that's even remotely true or not. But I got nothing but good things to say about Golden Bolt. Golden Bolt is real good, real kind. Well, I can't say that because I don't know him. But his content's good, and he seems, from the interactions I've seen, he's nice. I can't really say much beyond that, really. What happened to Mary? So I can't speak personally, but Mary's still around. But I think she does more cosplaying and modeling and stuff. I saw that she just got back kind of on Twitter because she kind of took like a big hiatus because she DM'd me and she was just like, "Hey, how's it going?" I was like, "Oh, hey, Mary, how's it going? Long time no see." And she messaged me 2 days ago, or she initially messaged me like 3 or 4 days ago. I got back to her and I got back to her either yesterday or the day before. I can't remember quite. Yeah, no, I think Mary is just more focused on cosplaying now, and probably I'm going to assume modeling because of, just the I guess the quality of the cosplay photos. She has the appearance of a model. I think that would be probably the most accurate way of suggesting that, I guess. But yeah, no, I don't know her. Like, I can't sit here and be like, I've had many conversations with Mary. No, I haven't, but I wouldn't, and I wouldn't be opposed to having more conversations with Mary because she's cool. We did a collab before, and it was a fun collab. It was kind of funny. Her losing her mind and me just being like, la, 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 la. As I was playing, I thought that comparison was kind of funny. It was a fun race between us. And yeah. I am not the type of person that wants to say bad things about people or anything like that, because genuinely I try to see the best in I try. Do I always achieve that? No, I don't. I don't always achieve that. I fail at that sometimes, but I try. And I got really nothing bad to say about these people that are being thrown at me. I got they're genuinely good people from what I've interacted with. Sometimes it's just a little bit, sometimes it's a lot. Yeah. If you had a choice to have lunch with 5 content creators you haven't met yet, who would you choose? So I'm going to admit and say that there was, when I was younger, what I wanted to be was an amalgamation of Markiplier, JonTron, and like game theory. So, I wish that if I had the time, I would love to be able to do some JonTron level of videos. I really do enjoy. I used to like. I think Birdemic, which was a review by JonTron, was one of the reasons why I wanted to do YouTube, was because that video to me is just hysterical. If you guys want a spare half an hour and have a good laugh, JonTron's Birdemic video is one of the videos that made me want to be like, okay, I want to be a YouTuber. It was genuinely one of the funniest videos I had ever seen at the time. I love... Oh, we just got a donation of is that $100? Caroline convinced me the donation advert, so here you go. Ah! Oh my gosh! Hotshot just donated $100 to Streamlabs. Thank you so much. Hotshot, yes, every $100 donation, or you get a victory noise, and every if you do like $200, you get 2 victory noises. So thank you so much, Hotshot. Thank you. Oh, it's my fault. Well, you're welcome. I blame Caroline for this kindness. But Birdemic was genuinely one of the best videos that, for me, just it sits in my brain forever, and I love that video. That video is just so ridiculous, and it's great. And I would just love to be able to. And Scott, I don't mind Scott. I like Scott too. The internet has a fascination. I'm shocked with how little he like posts on social media. How much of like the internet fascination with Scott. Like as soon as Scott posts anything, it's like an event. It's like an event, and I'm like, wow. Like Scott holds like. He's got a hold on the gaming community. Like whenever he posts stuff, it's like I don't even actively watch Scott, and I know when he posts a video because the social media explodes. Hey Starling, how's it going? I just hit something without even looking. But the people that I would want to sit down, I used to really watch a lot of Markiplier, and I still have a big respect for Mark. I don't watch as much of his content anymore because, of course, he's horror based, and I've become more squeamish of horror in my older years, which is weird. You would think that, you know, as you get older and more mature, that, you know, it doesn't bother you as much. But ever since I had kids, horror and severe gore or scare things just make me feel that way now. So I don't watch Markiplier as much. Today's a great day. Hope yours is too. Thank you. Yes. Is there a time step where the topic of CTRPC is mentioned or asked? I mean, for me, I said, or something that I talked about the Thomas Wilson, because I literally have a video dedicated with that title that says, hey, this is where he's blah, blah, blah. Hey, Clipper, how's it going? Well, ha! All right, back to game. Let's go and turbocharge. I didn't get the thing on turbocharge. Ooh. It's locked because I need to go get the other things, which means I have to go and get the purple tokens. See you later, Nicholas. Thanks so much for stopping by. Hope you have a great day. All right, let's go get these purple tokens done. These are the ones I saved for last. I don't like it. What ingredients belong in mac and cheese besides the mac and cheese itself? Oh, look, it's Cash Banuka. It's Spiro in Cash Banuka. What belongs in a good mac and cheese other than the mac and the cheese? Butter. I think a lot of people don't realize, like, butter and cream should go into mac and cheese. Like, but I don't mean just a little bit. Like, you gotta have a lot of butter. Like, lots of butter. Putting a little bit of, if you want to get fancy with it, little breadcrumbs on the top. Because what happens is that I always find is that a lot of these restaurants, they'll make mac and cheese, and the top is good, but the bottom is dry, or the other way around, and it drives me nuts. And it's because like you gotta put butter on it. You gotta put a copious amount of butter, a lot of butter. Yep, bacon's a good option. Little crumbled bits of bacon, that's a good one. A little bit of chives, that's nothing against that. I gotta figure out the pattern again for this. So we hit that, hit this way, go like this, hit that, go back this way, hit boost. I'm kind of just mapping out my path of what I want to do mentally. I'm not going to get it this round either. I know that. But wanted to kind of get an idea of what I want to do. Okay.
Looks like I've got some things to do.
All right. Who puts half a cup of sugar in her mac and cheese? Excuse me? Did you just say half a cup of sugar in the mac and cheese? Half a cup. Kirby's calling the police. Yeah, no, that's... No. 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 Sugar? No. Sugar's just another ingredient in your kitchen. No shame in using it. Yeah, you know what else is another ingredient in the kitchen? Baking soda. Do you see me pouring baking soda into bloody mac and cheese? No. So is soy sauce. No. No. Nay. Straight to jail. Straight to jail. Okay, so I got. I think. All right. Give me a minute here. Give me a minute here for me to brain this. Yep. You don't put sugar in the pasta. If someone put like a copious amount of salt, I'd be like, okay, you know, I can see it. But sugar? Sugar? In a mac and cheese? No! Like, man, mac and cheese. This has got carbs, salt, and copious amounts of butter. You know what also needs to clog my arteries? It also needs sugar. Like, if someone was like add a sprinkle of, like, when someone's like add like a sprinkle of sugar. Oh, hi. Why? I would, but not right now. Pardon? What? It's 9:30. Yeah, what happened? The kids just went to sleep. Oh, let's ask the chef. Honey! Here's a food sin. Apparently, Clipper came in chat and let us know that they have a friend that puts half a cup of sugar in their mac and cheese. Second breakfast?
Why? 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 Does your friend need help?
Is this a cry for help?
Is this a cry for help? Okay. My oatmeal is pudding. I understand that. I get that.
Yeah, but people put brown
It's
sugar into their
acceptable.
oatmeal.
It's acceptable pudding.
But, honey.
Okay, this is horribly melted.
Oh, whatever. It's ice cream. So she's the chef. The le chef. The le chef.
No, I'm not the best chef.
No, you're not the best chef, but you're the so the chef. Eh? Oh yeah. Yeah. See.
Yeah.
Now, if someone was like, "Oh yeah, my secret is in my mac and cheese. I add half a teaspoon of sugar to balance out the flavors."
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. You know what? We're not going to. We're whatever, right? It's nothing terrible. I've heard adding sugar to or adding a tiny sprinkle of salt to your coffee tastes great. It's weird. Science, right?
It's a flavor enhancer. Sugar is too.
But you don't put a tablespoon of salt. Is it? It's like a dark. Ow.
Wow. Oh no.
What?
I once made Alfredo with strawberry milk. My parents started I agree with your parents.
Oh, that sounds. Oh, the curdled. Oh, that's hysterical.
I never got to try it. Don't.
You, okay, we're legitimately getting closer to the 20.
Man, I got torched.
The fish tacos. I'm not recalling it right now. They were right, but I was adventurous. That's hilarious. You see, like. Oh gosh. If you know, you know. Oh jeez. Oh, you were playing with the loon? Are you worried? You might be. Oh dear. What? Oh yeah, I guess the new Astrobot levels came out today. I don't know. I think so.
Looks like I've got some things to do.
Alright, let's try this again.
No.
We can do this. I love you too. It's about creating a path. Okay. We're getting there.
Got torched.
We're getting there. Come on. We can do it. Come on. Split right in between. All right, hold on. Let's try this again. Come on. Missing. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Oh, come on. Okay.
Looks like I've got some things to do.
We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. We got this. Nope, lost it. There was
Torched.
a second there I was like, man. For a split second I was like, maybe. Oh, no. I choked it. I'm going to hit 19, aren't I? Nope. But almost did. Okay.
Looks like I've got some things to do.
We can do this. We can do this. Man. Okay.
Man, I got torched.
Alright, let's try this again. We can do this. I have an idea for a new path. So far, it's not a great one. Okay, well, let's... No, we're not getting it this time, but let's see if we can maybe... Just trying to work out the best power to that. No, not a good one. Bloody purple challenge. I'm all messed up on this path. My pathing on this one's all messy. Alright. Let's try this again. Oh, no! Okay, we can do this. Hold on, I will do this. Guys,
Oh yeah!
ah!
I've got some things to do.
We got to 19, I think. We got to 19. Can't be missing this stuff.
Born to fly!
really can't be messing that up. Gosh dang it. Messing that up. Yes!
Maybe you could beat me if you stop dragging your feet.
Ah! Did it! Jeez Louise! Yes! All right, I'm going to get to the next purple challenge, and then I'm going to go take a quick break and go have a chat with my wife. Go to the bathroom, stretch my legs. Victory noise! All right. The crystal crazy. Not yet. Hopefully the other ones aren't as hard. I hope. All right. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. And we're back. All right. Here we go. Rocky Road. Oh, we're talking about ice cream now. Oh, no, there's nitro crates. It's like, how can we make this worse? I know. Ow. You know, from my first try, not bad. Let's try it again. For my first try, getting 15. Come on. Okay, got 15 again.
Things to do.
Ever play Anton Blast? Yes, I've even backed it. I backed Anton Blast. A personal friend of mine worked on that game. Got it. Oh, jeez. Man, I wish the bomb hitting the crystal could count towards collecting it. That would have been nice. I don't see what the last one was. I got 19 though. That's much more promising than before. Yeah, I expected that. I was like, I'm going to get blown up here. Where are these gems that I am just straight up missing? I see
Looks like
one,
I've
two.
got some
I see
things
3
to
there.
do.
I see the 3. Okay. Shoot. Ow. Come on.
I got torched.
Yeah, this is on hard mode. So, when it comes to burgers, at least in Canada, the most go-to fast food for me, if I want a constant burger that is going to be always 7 out of 10 at the bottom is going to be a 7 out of 10. It's going to be a Wendy's burger. Wendy's is my go-to burgers for when it's like, if I want a burger and I know I want it to be good, or at least half decent and okay for the price, it's gotta be Wendy's. I don't touch McDonald's anymore. I have to be in a mood for McDonald's, or it's the only thing that's around. Because I don't know what it is about McDonald's, but it's like their food is almost never hot. It's always like, just, you get it, it always is like tepid. And I hate that. I like eating, I'm the type of person that likes to eat my food hot. Like, I like to eat my, like, I love hot pizza. I love hot steak. I love, but, you know, when people are like, oh, I like cold pizza. Not my thing, right? It's, in my brain, it's hot food, so it should be hot. Right? Like, when I get a burger, I don't want a tepid, you know, burger. I want a hot burger, right? With Wendy's, it sometimes comes out so piping hot it burns my hands. I'm like, perfect. Ugh. Oh, I'm just gonna restart this one. Anymore. Thank you, Biology and Health Classes, for making me watch Super Size Me back to back. The closest fast thing I eat is Tim Hortons and Dunkin' Donuts, and St. Pizza's Best Hot. So I'll eat Tim's all like a lot. I don't mind Tim's. I don't put Tim's on the same level as like regular like burgers. It's like, oh, it's more of, you know, quick cafe food. So in my brain, it registers as not as bad as like regular fast food, because it's just like, yeah, it's a coffee, you know, coffee and a hash brown, and, you know, a breakfast sandwich on a biscuit, right? And in my brain, it's like, yeah, it's not as bad. I'm honing in on it. I'm honing in on it.
Man, I got torched.
I can't stand KFC. I can't stand KFC, especially after trying Popeyes. After trying Popeyes, I was like, what on earth is this food, this swill at KFC? I will eat KFC in the States because I find it's better, but in Canada, nay, not a fan of. But even then, I prefer. I prefer Popeyes over KFC. Yeah, Popeyes, like, stands head and shoulders, knees and toes above KFC. Like, it's not even a question, in my opinion. Keep missing that one back there. Yeah, they're moving Kentucky Fried Chicken to Texas. Ah!
Looks like I've got some things to do.
Popeye stuff, but their biscuits are dry. Yeah, I'm not a fan of their. I'm not a crazy fan of their biscuits. Like, their biscuits are fine, but they are quite dry. Ah, okay.
And I got torched.
Almost there. Run. No problem, Falcon. Thanks so much for stopping by. We do appreciate it. Thank you. No. Missed it. That would have been 18 if I didn't miss it. Okay.
Looks like I've got some things to do.
Ah, hi Daniel, how's it going? Come on, we can do this. Nah. I am not bad. Currently doing the crystal challenges on hard, which are, as they say, hard. Ow. Come on. Heck, heckity, heck, 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 heck. Spain without the S. I feel like I got kicked directly in. Oh. just gonna, yeah, just do that. Pain. I think I got the general. That one.
Looks like I've got some things to do.
Ah, so close. We can do this. We can do this. It's close. Do that. I don't want to jinx it, but this one feels pretty good. The last one should be right there.
Maybe you could beat me if you stop dragging your feet.
We got the path down. There we go. That was the path. Ooh, ooh. Congratulations, you win a trophy. No, in this case, I just got angry Geary. Okay, so we got everything done here. All right, Rampage Ruins. Don't ask how I serpentine that.
Whoa! Supercharge!
Okay.
Man, I got torched.
Not bad, not bad. This challenge is the second hardest. What was the hardest? What is or was the hardest? Skull Rock. Well, okay. Even though that we got okay. So this is the wrong pathway because I want to be able to launch up that way. Okay. I'm already planning in my head what I want to do. Okay. Yeah, once you get the routing set up. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this.
Whoa.
Okay, hold on. Just thinking this through.
Whoa. Supercharged.
This.
Oh yeah. Whoa.
Okay.
Looks like
Getting
I've
better.
got some things to do.
Getting better. A part of me thinks that the two in front of me I should maybe do last, but so otherwise said, I'm gonna keep doing this just for now. Bonk. Oh, come on. No speed.
Oh yeah.
A good start, but we'll might as well try it anyway. Wrong way. Gah! Oh, come on. Okay. I'm going to try something a little different. Hang on. Okay.
Man, I got torched.
Getting better. The last thing I gotta do is I gotta hit that one last and then get down below and hit that last one. Should be my last one. Yes!
Maybe you could beat me if you
Yes!
stop dragging your
Yes! There it is. There it was. That's how we do it. All right, come on. I do believe there's a future for Crash, very much. I don't think... I think a lot of people that are thinking that they're... I just got one left, don't I? That's it, eh? Which is... Nitro Court. Alright. Let's go to court. Oh yeah, Tom Kenny is super cool. I haven't met him, but I know people who have, and every person that I've talked to, everyone loves Tom Kenny. All right, last purple. Okay. So it's bombs for this one. We haven't gotten a mainline Crash game in 5 years. So? Also, you say mainline, right? So of course, in your example here, you're excluding like Rumble, right? What was the wait between Crash 4 and Rumble? What was the wait on that? Like, how long did we have to wait on that? The wait between Rumble and 4 was how long? Oh no. I'm not gonna make it, but we got 3 years. Okay, 3 years. It came out in 2023, right? It's 2025 now. A year and a half from now is when we would have the same amount of time between long shot. Okay, we're gonna restart kind of. Refresh here. Go. Favorite Tom Kenny role? I mean, of course it's gotta be Spyro, right? It's gotta be Spyro. Besides that though, you gotta go besides that though, SpongeBob. I mean, that's also another obvious one. It's kinda hard to have one and not the other, you know? Okay, hold on. There we go. Did I see the new SpongeBob movie trailer? I did not. Oh, come on. Oh no! You can't go backwards when you have the TNT crit in your head. That's weird.
Looks like I've got some things to do.
That was close. That was close. Thank you, Arn Vesper. I appreciate that. No, I've always been a big fan of. I've always been a big fan of Thomas Wilson ever since I met him. He just radiates in energy of excitement. Like, he is just, you can tell when he got the role, they got the opportunity for the game, that he was genuinely like thrilled. It wasn't like, oh cool, yeah, we're getting to do this game, what a great opportunity. He was just like, yes, you know. And this is the he said that story number of times. He said it with me, he said it with I don't know if he said it with others, but he's always been like, you know, he's told that story before where, you know, when he found out that they, you know, when they were offered CTR, he was just like, yes, absolutely, of course, we need to do this, right? And that was something that is always refreshing, to hear someone be like, yes, oh my gosh, I get to do this game, and I used to play it all the time, and I'm so excited to. And there's almost like, because it's a fan making it, right? It's someone who is a fan of the game, someone who used to play it all the time, someone who enjoys it, being able to work on it, right? Time. I don't even know where the last one is.
Man, I got torched.
I love that interview, and I'm happy to hear that. It was that interview was something that Trick I interview with William P. If he was interested, I have no way to really contact William P. But oh, shoot. But if he was interested, I'd say sure. Oh, shoot. I'm not gonna get it this time either, but that goes.
Looks like I've got some things.
Having trouble in the court? Try, yeah. Maybe that's someone who generally cares about the product. Yeah, and the other thing that I had mentioned earlier too, is that one of the things that he was, you know, that was super cool to hear from, is the fact that he took so much, like, input from the QA and QR team, right? And there's some, you know, because there is some weird stigma that, oh, people who are in QR are not real devs, and it's like why? They play test your game, they get it to function, they get it to work. Why are they not devs? Just as, you know, just because they play the game a lot and figure out how it works from the, you know, code up just by playing it and being able to tell you, hey, this is fun, or hey, this is not fun, right? Like, shouldn't that be something that is priority and important? Because the whole point of you to play games is to play the game. So you know, you gotta got people to be able to play test and know what they're doing and understand what needs to be balanced and what doesn't need to be balanced. Did that again. Oh, come on! I need crystals and time travels. Then I have the plat. I already have the plat already, but I'm trying to 100%. Well, not a great start, but also not a horrid start either, because I was able to get a few of those pain in the neck. Was that one or two? Only one. Just pause right at the explosion. I wonder if that is the way. Just go straight forward. Yeah, no. Well, I was hoping that there was enough time to be able to do that, but it doesn't look like it's... Whoops. Jeez Louise. What? Oh, I think I detonated it before. Okay, that's probably, yeah. Yeah, I think the counterclockwise is definitely better for me. Thank you for the, especially the counterclockwise tip. That was a huge help. Huge help. GG's. Tons of time remaining. I know, right? Like 15 seconds. Nice. One explosive win. Let's go! That took for, I know. Jeez. But we got the four purple tokens. Bloody heck. Okay. So now I'm going the wrong way. No, I'm going the right way. Watching with no audio, just want to say that the interview was great. I hope Thomas doing great, and you too. Also, I want CTR2. Oh, yes, I would love a CTR2 as well. And I know Thomas Wilson is not Beanox anymore, but I would love if he could at least like co-produce the game, or at least be an executive producer or something. Like at least have his name in the credits of some sort. Or have him help out in some small way. Something that doesn't put too much stress on him, but allows for his input to be included, because good gravy. He deserves it. Sponge, I've answered your question like twice now. Dagger! How's it going, my dude? Did I go in the wrong gem cup? Did I really? That was the yellow one. Whoops! Hold on. No, because I'm on Discord with a friend. That's okay. Thank you. There we go. Now it's the right one. No, you can ask if you want, Mass Monkey Card. Go ahead. I'm gonna try and make PAX 2026 happen. Definitely. Q&R is more for like questions that I have like that I've missed because, you know, people have asked it from me and I just haven't been able to do it because of, you know, timing and such. It's not like not allowed for questions until then. No, it's not that at all. Ow. Oh, come on! Hi, Robson. How's it going? Oh, that's a horrible item for these guys for me to get. No, and I didn't get my boost, so man.
Man, I got torched.
We'll go next race. But if I don't get first in each and every one. Well, and okay, do you think CTR has better item usage than Mario Kart? 100%. 100%. 100%. I think the environments and the music in Mario Kart World Tour is better, but I think the mechanics and the speed of Crash Team Racing is not just better, but significantly better. I'm not a fan of the wall grinding. I'm not a fan of it. I don't like it. I feel like it doesn't feel like a racing game anymore of getting like, oh, you gotta get the best lines and the best tracks. It's kind of like, yeah, everyone just kind of rail grinds. Woo-wee. And it's kind of just like, yeah, everyone just kind of just rail grinds and then hops from wall to wall and kind of goes like the set speed. And I don't know. Doesn't vibe with me. I don't like the fact that you can't just do regular old classic 3 laps. The fact that you gotta race there and then just do 1 lap, and it's just kind of like when you're driving there in between the races, it's just a straight line, kind of. And it sounds fun in theory, but it's just kind of not. But I also find the rubber banding for Mario Kart World is obscene. Like, it's like when you have to start. Here's the thing. If I am playing a racing game, what is the #1 priority that you should be targeting when you're playing a racing game? To finish the race in first, right? Get as far as ahead from the competition as possible and get first place. That should be the #1 priority for every single racing game where it's supposed to go first, second, like regular racing game for your regular standard kart racing game. If you ask what position do I want to be, it should be first and first and first. And what I don't like is in Mario Kart, it's like, you want to be like close to the front, but not, you know, you want to be close to the front, but not that far in the front until the last lap. And when you have to start considering that, when you have to start considering your placement of being like, I'm in first place, I probably shouldn't be here, then there's a problem with your game. There's a problem with your items. There's a problem with your rubber banding. There's a problem with all of that. It doesn't allow blowout races. Yeah, and the thing is that there should be blowout races. There should be. There should be someone who knows exactly what they're doing. They got lucky with the items, and they're zipping right ahead. They should be able to curb stomp people. That should be a thing. But in Mario Kart, you can't curb stomp. Because as soon as you start doing all the right things, everyone catches up to you almost immediately with this insane rubber banding. Yeah, no 3-lap races. Yeah. I don't understand that. Like, I feel like, and with the recent updates, it feels like they've been like actively fighting it. Like, they've been actively trying to make sure, you know, let the people curb stomp 2025, basically. Like, if somebody, like, listen, if I know the track like the back of my hand, and I am just absolutely just smashing people, it should be rewarded, right? It should be rewarded. I should be rewarded. Somebody who sits there and they practice and they practice and they practice and they work and they work and they work and they push it. Because the thing is that I was watching and there was something else that somebody actually did, and I want to test it myself. Somebody said, and this is what made me go, okay, that's not cool. They faced the computer on a race by doing drifting, wall grinding, doing all the stuff. And the computer was still keeping up. Then the same person did it again, except this time they did no drifting, and they did no drifting, they did no wall grinding. They just focused on regular driving, and they found that the computer went easier on them. And there was a running theory, which I don't know if it's still a thing that is confirmed or not, but there was a running theory that if you want to have an easy time, play as an adult and don't drift, because apparently the CPUs can detect and suspect, hey, if you are drifting, that you're an adult, or you know what you're doing, and the difficulty increases. Like, it's like an adaptive difficulty thing. Where as soon as the game detects that you're able to, like, power slide, it increases. Oh, shoot. It does have adaptable computers, yeah. And that's... I don't like that. That's an interesting theory. Yeah, and it drives me nuts a little bit that if there is merit to that, concept, I don't like it. And I get it, too, because it's supposed to be... Like, I get it. It's supposed to be so that the family can all sit together and race, and the younger Timmy, 8-year-old Timmy, has a chance at beating mom and dad or big brother or whatever, because as the big brother gets better, the CPU gets harder on him, and of course the little brother gets access to the better items, right? So it tries to balance it out that way.
Maybe you could beat me if you stop dragging your feet.
Peaking the speedometer, the AI is still getting closer. Yeah, that's basically it. It's like, you know, like you're going full blitz, and the AI is just going do 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 do. Did I get foist? I did good. Big crash! I'm pretty close to finishing, so let me see. Let me do that does look, but hey, making it play available for everyone. See, and that's the thing, is that there's different takes on it, right? There's different takes on the CTR, on the Mario Kart World situation, right? And I think the big thing at the end of the day is that I don't like how item heavy Mario Kart World is. I don't like it. I don't mind when the items help. I don't mind when the items assist. I don't like when it's... when you have to start thinking to yourself, do I want to be in first place? That, to me, just, I don't know, not my cup of tea. Personally. But like the music for Mario Kart World is like fantastic. Like the soundtrack is just amazing. Unlocking characters on it is a little strange. Like the skins, the food and fast food and stuff, it's kind of odd. Not my favorite, but there are worse ways to unlock it. Shoot.
Wrong way.
Aw, man, it would have been really nice to have a Sparks going. Wrong way. Can I get all the boxes? Heck yeah!
Maybe you could beat me if you stop dragging your feet.
Dope. I need an answer for that. I don't know what you're talking about, Jake. An answer for what? That's all the relics. That is all the coins. It's 11:03. I should be wrapping up, but also...
So you're back and you've gathered all my time relics. I'm impressed. Well, it's about time I taught you a real lesson in speed.
Crush for reference.
This race is for keeps.
But a question for PAX. Do you think Sony, Microsoft, or Nintendo will return for PAX? So, on a technical level, yes. Nintendo will typically always be at PAX in some capacity. But they're always at PAX via Pokemon, right? Whether it be the game, the card game, they typically do go if they have something for Pokemon. Good start, good start. I think typically the best thing for Oxide is to try to just get ahead of them as early as possible. Listen. Let me see what the question was. Here's the thing. And let's not delude ourselves. Mario Kart is going to sell more than if there was a CTR2 and a... Mario Kart World is going to sell more than if there was a CTR2 and Sonic Cross Worlds across all platforms combined. 100%. And here's why. Let me show you something real quick. Hold on. As of 2 months ago, okay, I want to ask you guys, just don't cheat and don't look it up. How many units did Mario Kart 8 Deluxe sell? Don't cheat. How many units did Mario Kart 8 sell? CTR sold 10 million. Okay. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe sold just shy. No, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, not World Tour. Mario Kart 8. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe sold almost 70 million units as of March 31st, 2025. Right? Almost 70 million. Okay? That is more than Mario Kart Odyssey. Double. Not just by a little bit. More than double. Let that sink in for a second. Okay? 68.2 million units. Okay? That's more than Super Mario Odyssey. That's more than Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. The mainline Pokemon, the mainline Mario game is, sorry, Super Mario Odyssey. Mario Kart beat it by double, more than double. It was number one. Mario Kart is when people say Mario Kart is a titan, they are not joking. Mario Kart is a titan in of itself, more than Mario. Oh, I think I just totally just murdered him. And my card's right, and I should be able to beat him because he doesn't do blue fire, I believe, so. Do this right. So the thing is that now Mario Crash Team Racing released on 3 consoles. Okay? Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch. The Mario Kart 8 sold almost 70 million units on one platform. One. Mario Kart is bigger than Super Mario. And Boom, baby!
You could beat me if you stop dragging your feet.
Boom!
You beat me once again. Now I have to go back to the planet Gazmoxia, a complete loser. I must be getting slow in my old age. That's it. I'm finished racing with these mushy backward worlds. Keep your miserable planet. I'm out of here for good.
Deuces, oozes. Flashing CG Racing, Oxide, and Dragon Mines. Oh, don't even remind me about Dragon Mines. I remember that.
Whoa!
And that, my friends, is the adventure mode. I know, you know, we can still go back and get some platinum time relics and stuff, but it still baffles me that Oxides and Crash. I love it. Absolutely love it. I love that he's in Crash 4. Absolutely love the fact that he's in Crash 4. He's like, my ship! Okay, ladies and gents, that is all the time we have for Forza. But let us set up some Q&R here. Oh, I would expect there being some Crash references in I would expect it to see I would be shocked if it wasn't there. I need to do something. I need to go to my timer clock. All right. I'll set for about 10 minutes. So if you guys got any questions, final donations, or anything, that's it. Let me know. No, the ambience music. Okay. Here's what I'll do. I'll do this. How about this? There, just enough. Take care, Ass Monkey. Thank you so much, dude. I die if I only play games for 3 hours max a day. Well, that's all the time that I get. What? That's what you get when you got 4 kids and, you know, full-time YouTubing, among other things. Are you hyped for Sonic Racing Cross World? I'm excited for it. I haven't pre-ordered it yet because I can't afford it right now. But we'll see if I'll pick it up. We'll see. We might pick it up. We might give it a try. What do you think is very teachable in terms of learning about streaming? Do something else first. Like, don't just run straight to streaming, because most people don't get big by just exclusively streaming. Some people do, but not everybody. So the teachable moment is build an audience and then refer them to your stream. Would you agree that Anton Blast has a lot of Crash DNA? I know it has Crash DNA. It's true. I know because I spoke to the people that made it, and yeah, there's even some CTR stuff in there. Well, as long as you can play a JRPG, but it starts to get too much to do. 40 hours, 70 hours. So it depends on how... I've played some JRPGs for upwards to 150 hours. I play up to 100 hours. But in modern day now, I start to feel it at about 50 hours. Like 40 hours, I think is a good... You're doing pretty good there. 40 hours for like some of the side quests and the main campaign. You got a good That's good. That's good. If I wanted to go for like the 100%, it was like 100 hours. Okay, I can work with that. But to complete the main story and some side stuff and do some side grinding, about 40 hours, I can live with that for a JRPG. Once you start hitting 50 hours and 60 hours, and the main campaign and the side quests and some of the side quests are not done yet, okay, now I'm grinding, and I'm getting to the point like, okay, we're starting to get to the point where it's like, oh, okay, now this is getting to be a drag. So that's why I loved Final Fantasy Remake, and I like the second one, not remake. It's not reunion. It's not reunion, is it? No, it's not reunion. It's Final Fantasy Remake and Final Fantasy. It's not reunion. What is it? Anyway, point is, Rebirth. Rebirth. Thank you, Rebirth. The $5 at a coffee says the next one's gonna be called Reunion, Remake, Rebirth, Reunion. What's the first movie you remember seeing in theaters? Oh wait, hold on. Sorry. Hey CG, have you ever been interested in Altair game? I feel like it's the synthesizing. There's a fan service more less depending upon the game. In an Altair game, I have no idea what that is. I don't even know how to pronounce it right. Maybe I know it and I just don't know it. As long as the game is good, I don't personally mind if it's over 100 hours. So, okay, hold on. What's the first movie that you remember seeing in theaters? So going back, I remember, and it's gonna be hilarious and embarrassing. One of two movies. I remember it was either the Barney movie, which had like a rainbow egg in it, or it was Bug's Life. Those are the two that I like when I focus and think back. It's either the Barney movie or Bug's Life. That is the movies that one of the two. As long as the game is good. So, Barney came in 99, Bugs Life came in 99. So, it would have probably been Barney first. So, I would have been 3. If the game is good, I don't want the main... if the game is good and paced well, I can deal with it. Or I can understand a game being over 100 hours if I know I'm running off and doing a lot of the side things. Like, if I can acknowledge, yeah, I'm running off and doing a bunch of the side quests, and it's over 100 hours, I'm fine with it, right? But beyond that, let's see here. What was your least favorite game to 100%? I don't know, because I typically don't 100% games I don't like. Like, if I like the game 100%, if I don't like it, I don't 100% it. So, I don't know. That would have to sit on me for a little bit. What game do you think you have put the most hours in? Oh boy. So to this day, I believe that there's no game that I've put more hours into than League of Legends. Because back in high school, that I lived and breathed League of Legends. I started in grade 10, grade 9, grade 10. I started playing a lot of League of Legends, and I lived and breathed League. Everything was League. That was really one of the few games that I played throughout high school. I'd play other games and go back to League, and it was like I would do a daily thing for League. And I think on my account, now you have to think, that would have been 15 years ago, right? I think I have almost 4,000 matches in League of Legends, right? So if you got 4,000 matches and the average match lasts between 20 minutes to half an hour, so we'll probably say we'll say 25 minutes, even though some matches can go upwards to an hour, but that's rare. Well, you see, I haven't 100%ed it yet, Emerald Queen. So if we go 25 times 4,000, right, that's 100,000 minutes. Divide that by 60. That's 1,666 hours, right? So League is up there. If it's not my most, it's up there. Another one that well, maybe not League as well. We'll say another one was the online play for Battle.net for Warcraft 3. But because Warcraft 3 had like competitive modes, but not just competitive modes, it also had like custom game modes. So you got to play different games, and there was mods galore. And I mean mods galore. I mean, it was like you would enter a custom game. You go online, you click custom game, and there were thousands, hundreds of different games. There was hundreds of different games, and they were all user-based, right? So people would take the mechanics and the coding of basically Warcraft 3, and there was an editor called Warcraft 3 Editor, and you would just make a map, code it, and create stuff. And people were literally coding and creating games. In fact, World of Warcraft 3 was where the mod Dota was created. So you have Defense of the Ancients, which now you have Defense of the Ancients 2. And then you have League of Legends, which was based off a Dota mod. So basically what people were doing is that someone would make a game, right? And after someone would make a game, sometimes they would open it up so that people could actually edit those games. And so here's how the story of like League worked, was that you had, or MOBAs in general, just what was it? Something online battle arena, mobile. It's not mobile. What is it? I can't remember. Anyway, point is that it was basically born from Dota. So there were two. So there was the original creators of Dota, Defense of the Ancients. There was the original creators, and they made a mod on Warcraft 3. It made a custom game called Dota, and it became huge. It was huge. But people were then taking it and doing their own tweaks to it, adding their own heroes, remixing it, tweaking it, balancing it, changing it. And then two people named usernames Rise and Tryndamere took Dota, and they created what kind of became the basis of the competitive version of Dota, which was called Dota All-Stars. And All-Stars was basically, they took the code and they tweaked it and they adjusted it, and they started adding heroes and balancing it and making it so that, like, okay, if you wanted to play Dota and you wanted to play like the standard regular Dota, you played Dota All-Stars. The person that made the original code for Dota went and signed up with Steam and made Dota 2. And the people that made the Dota All-Stars went and made League of Legends. So you can kind of see where it branches off, right? So when you sit there and you look who made the game, you can kind of get an idea as to what was balanced and what was there. So that is kind of like the origin story to that game. And I remember playing Dota back on Warcraft 3, and I remember playing Warcraft 3 crazy. Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne. I played that hours and hours and hours. And I remember when WoW came out. I remember day one WoW. I played day one WoW. And I was WoW wasn't even for me. It was bought for my dad, actually. And we only played it for 2 weeks. And you know what? I found out years later why my dad got rid of it. And I remember I was so upset that he got rid of it. I loved WoW. It was so much fun. And I was so upset that he got rid of it. And I never knew why until years later. I'll say this and then I'll get going. So I would have been what WoW came out. It would have been 2009, if my memory serves correct. Right? Was it 2000? No, 2005. Been 2004, 2005. So I would have been around 9 or 10 when it came out. 2004. Okay, so 2004, World of Warcraft comes out, and my dad and I played it with my dad for about 2 weeks through the holiday, and then all of a sudden, Dad was just like, "Yeah, I'm getting rid of it," and I was sitting there, and it was just a cold turkey, boom, I'm getting rid of it, and he never explained why. He didn't explain why, and I was just like, "Why?" He says, "Oh, it's taking a lot of time." I'm like, "Okay, well, what do you mean?" And he never explained it, and that was that. About 4 years ago, I was talking with Dad about World of Warcraft. He goes, "Yeah," he goes, he said, "The amount of time that I played on it is the reason why I got rid of it." And I stopped and I looked at him. I was like, "What do you mean, Dad?" Now, grant you, my dad is 62. So at the time when he got WoW, he was playing, he would have been 41? No, been about 40, 41, right? So my dad would have been 41. And my dad was a gamer, but he wasn't a big gamer. Like, he played games, but he wasn't a crazy gamer. And I remember him liking playing World of Warcraft. But I remember it was like after 2 weeks, he got rid of it. And I was like, why? I don't get it. 4 years ago, he told me, he goes, "So the reason why I got rid of it," he said, "is because," he goes, "I played it so much," he said, "that I blinked and Christmas vacation was over." And he got scared. He genuinely got scared. He was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa." And he said, nope, that's it. And he got rid of it because he saw time just went by way too fast. He said time went by fast. He goes, it went by too fast and it scared me. He goes, my Christmas vacation was over, and he said he got nervous and he got scared and he didn't like the idea, so he got rid of it. And unfortunately, I had gotten caught in the World of Warcraft cyclone for a while, like to the point where I couldn't stop playing. But I was able to stop. My brother was one of them, and it broke my heart. And it broke my heart because I used to try to play on his account as well whenever he wasn't playing, but he played a lot. My brother, he played a lot of WoW. Yeah. So that was, I'm not going to get into the details, but there were missed family events and missed things that happened because of WoW. So I always keep an eye on it. I always try to keep an eye on it and make sure, like, hey, not that, if I ever do get back into it, I keep it on a leash. I keep it on control because I do love the World of Warcraft. I do, genuinely. I do. I love the World of Warcraft. Both the game and the lore and the stories. Until Shadowlands, I'm not going there. But point is that I love the lore and the story of World of Warcraft. And I have to keep an eye on it. I have to. Because if I don't, I'll just play it and play it and play it and play it and play it, and that's not great. It really do be like that sometimes, especially with WoW Classics. Old WoW, you had to fight everything. I played Classic for 8 hours and had nothing to show for it. Yeah, so you gotta be careful with that. So, All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for tonight. I appreciate everyone tuning in and watching. Thank you so much. We'll be back tomorrow, not with DK Bonanza, which my brain thought it was. No, it's not. But we will be back tomorrow with some more stuff. What stuff exactly? I don't know. I will keep you guys posted because all my plans are completely thrown out the window. So we'll talk tomorrow. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video and our live stream. Time for the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye!